Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love,
one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone cue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
We sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone cue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Hello, gamers. I'm sorry. I'm still eating too. But I'm here. Ah, bear with. I'm here. I am exhausted. I took a nap. And after nap, I was still tired. So we're working through some things here. But we're here. I'm happy to be here. I'm so excited to see you. And we're gonna put a good session on here. We've got some time. We'll be joined by Sean in about an hour. I'm very excited about this. You guys probably know Sean. I've known her for a couple months. And then she and I had a chance to reconnect over the 1v1 tournament that I was last second invited to a few weeks back. Where in the loser bracket, because I lost my first round, I ended up going against Sean. And she was such a wonderful opponent. I did not know that she was a Deathslinger main. Surprise! I did some research. I ended up banning a couple killers. And none of them was Deathslinger, so she pulled out the Deathslinger. And even though our survivor results on the second set, which was demo, which was my pick, was very, very close because of her excellent play on the Deathslinger. She won that matchup and went to the next round, and I think made it well past the quarterfinals. I think it was like semifinals even, when she was still battling for a place in the finals. Absolutely cracked gamers on the 1v1 tourney. So we got to talking after that tourney, reflecting, and she invited me for a collab as I was about to ask her to collab. So that worked out very nicely, and here we are. I'll do some warm-up games here in a second. But let us see who's here. Glenny, congratulations on getting first. Taze, congratulations on getting second. Good job, Taze, on getting that second before Glenny snooped in and took them both. Excellent work. Taze, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 59. Only welcome in the MVP. You love this song intro. Did you make it? Yes. It together with AI though. I didn't like make the music. But yes, I made it. Only, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Let's go. We sweat for the hedge. We fight till the end. We always do. And Ghost, you get blocked. It's so nice. I think so. Pretty. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 68. Sketch, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 39. Ghost, you blocked. Oh no, Micah's favorite killer. Oh my god. This already? We just loaded up. Mina, welcome in. How was your evening with Lucy and Fabio? Glad to see you. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 45. My goat. No, you the goat, Lucky. Welcome in. I hope you're well. I hope you're having a good day. Hi, Granny. Good morning. No, just afternoon for you. Lurkies, thank you for the lurk hugs. Big hug back, Granny, and thank you for always hanging out here. Avian, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 37. Avian, thank you for the 15 stream streak. Let's go. Hi, Coffee. Welcome in. I hope your week is off to a good start. I hope you're making some ways with your daughter, and that, as you explained last week, there's a lot of health issues. Not for you. Happy Tuesday. Your daughter was admitted to the hospital this morning. I just got home about an hour ago. Oh shit. Do you have the doctors at least reassured you that they can help with the feeding so she can gain a little bit of weight? Oh, that's very rough to hear, Coffee. Please hang in there. I'm really sorry that it's been such a rough Tuesday already. I do hope that you'll be able to get some rest. You know, look after yourself as well, so you can be there for your daughter. I hope things pick up. Tube feeding, yeah, okay. I mean, that's always rough, but at least that gives her a chance to gain some weight. So I hope that will have her recover a little bit from the nutrition and the food perspective over the next couple of days. She was at 39 kilos this morning. Yeah, so still losing weight. Yeah, 38. I was gonna say, I think you said 39.1 maybe over the weekend. Yeah, that's awful. Let's hope that things pick up from here. I'm sorry that it had to come to this, where she had to go to the hospital. We're sending big hugs. Yes, thank you, Pretty. That's very nice of you. Mina, you had a good night. You played Gloomhaven? Oh, nice. I hope it was a good one. Hi, Canadian Mama. Welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. I think we dive in with some games. Do we do some Survivor? Some 2v8? Oh yeah, that report. Did you guys see the report or hear the sound from the report come up in my game? I was playing last week, and I was Survivor and solo queue, and there was a random Mag and a random Claudette, and the random Mag didn't make it in the end game. Was very close to getting a 4-man out. We ended up getting a 3-man out. And then in the end game, the Meg said, Claudette, I hope your family dies in a car accident. I reported them, because that's crazy. You left her there with pain in my heart? Of course. You had the girls with you, and they also had to go back because of dinner and school tomorrow. Yeah, of course. You have all of your kids, your family to look after. Husband will go there tomorrow morning. I'll take over the afternoon and stay overnight. Okay, that's a good schedule. And like I said, please look after yourself as well. Stay hydrated and try to get some rest. Rest assured that she's looked after at the hospital. But yes, I can only imagine the stress and the impact on your entire family from this. That has got to be rough. I'm really sorry that you guys have to go through this. Who are we playing today? Don't think we're pulling out the Elodie. The white shorts are gonna be spotted from miles away. BM? Oh, baby girl. Yeah, that's gotta be so rough. Yeah, that's gotta be rough to have to watch your child suffer like that. Like I said, I do hope things pick up. And I appreciate you being able to share here, Coffee, because this is a lot to handle. It's complicated stuff as well. Okay, I'm gonna go in... I'm gonna go Yui, I think. I might change my mind still. Wait, was I supposed to play a Jade game for you yesterday, Lucky? Bro, I'm so dumb. I was supposed to play a Jade game. That was for... Was that for Jack? Bro, I never did that. I'm so bad at these Survivor shit. I play a Jade game now because I remember... Now. I was supposed to play a Jade game. We're catching up. We're catching up. This is weird as fuck. I owe, I think it was Rain who was here last week that redeemed a Jeff game. God knows that never happened. Not because I don't want to, because I do want to. I just forget everything when I'm streaming. I don't know. Really tall. Rob, you took the laptop and the Switch so that there's some distraction. That's good. That's good. You guys may remember that I collabed with Games Aid for charity, both this year and last year. And they also support charities that help children get through their days in the hospital situation while supplying games and stuff like that. So yes, we all know gaming in general overall has a very, how do you say, strong effect to distract you from your problems. That's why I got into gaming in the first place, because I lost my job in 2022. And it's I think it's a really good one, Coffee, to have those available for your daughter in the hospital. Hi Toba, welcome in. How are you? How is your week going? Are you happy to be home? Did you already get some gaming in now that you have the PC set up? Am I loading into this game? This is taking really long. I used to have a little, like a little eraser board with a pen. Here, that whenever people redeemed a survivor, I put it on the board so that I would remember for the next game, because, you know, my mind wanders when I'm gaming. You know, guys know I'm really invested in this game. So I forget that the redeem was done by the time... Are you kidding me? This beam is going to be dead by the time... Oh, fuck me, I guess. You're collecting salt from survivors and killers. Are you on the singularity? Because I can understand why people would be mad about that. You hate 2v8. The queues feel so slow on killer and I want to grind to gold. Yeah. It's tomorrow, and it's a rank reset. I'm over it. Oh, just random killer in general. I'm so impressed with your ability to like sit down and play killer, Toba. I got so frustrated yesterday. I have a plan for today, though, guys. I have a plan. How I'm gonna get through the games. I get so frustrated. It's a fun mode, just resets tomorrow. I got Area 1 Survivor last night. Let's go, only. That's excellent progress. We did all the gens by main, by the way. We've got 2 orcs, 3 gens done. Let me be, chilling. Medkits everywhere. Is there a killer missing? No, I see people infected both from Nemi and from Wesker. Hello. Oh, I should be running back towards main. That's where all the gens are gone. Well, fuck me, I guess. Hi, Beach. Welcome in. How are you? You're good? Wonderful. I'm really tired, Jess. I'm going through a lot these days. But I had an opportunity to leave work in the afternoon and just take a nap with the dog on the couch. So that was really, really great. And so I'm getting my rest in. I'm really looking forward to this gaming session with Sean. Hanging out with all of you. But I need to find a way to deal with this exhaustion that's coming from all the tournament stuff over the weekend and the stress that came from that. There's 2 gens here still. That's crazy. So I'm sorry, you're fine, you're fine. You've been struggling with many with your energy levels lately. Yeah, that's rough, right? Especially when you've got your responsibilities. I have a cat sitting job this week. I had the dog these 2 days. Are you sure, Caitlin? I have the office. I'm lucky. Thursday is a bank holiday in the Netherlands. It's a day off, so I don't have to work. I'm going to see the national championship field hockey because it's the finals. So I'm gonna go with my mom. So I'm looking forward to that. Some relaxation. Watching some hockey. That's what I do love to do. So plenty of time to recover this week. I just need to be mindful that I don't fuck my sleeping pattern with my naps and shit. Oh, you slept pretty much the whole week? Haha, blast mine. Yeah, sometimes it's just needed, isn't it, Jess?
Never gonna get my dog from me.
Hey
My
yo,
dogs are so cute
Lake,
and
with the
adorable. They're gonna be mine
290
forever.
gifted to the channel. The
Spread
fuck?
Lake 3 gifted 5
Lake,
subscriptions.
thank you so much. What the fuck?
Spread Lake 3
You
started a
heard
new
Stevie
hype
go.
train.
What the fuck? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, gamer. You didn't need to do that. I really, really appreciate you. Thank you so much. How was your day, Lake? Was it shorter than yesterday? I know you had a 12-hour day yesterday for work. You're here. Good evening. Holy hell! What a way to make announce your your entrance to the stream. Gamers, if you got a gifted sub from Lake, please be sure to thank them. Enjoy the ad reviewing the free emotes, the sub badge, and of course the channel point multiplier. Lake will spin the wheel, but I don't have any jawbreakers because we finished that yesterday for your 10 gifted. 6:30 to 5:45. I mean, that's just as long of a day, isn't it? That's insane. Sorry, Jess, your chat's moved out of my screen. I'll get back to it in a second. I'll scroll back. Lake, enjoy daily dog treat. Thank you for the 70. What are you doing? So, I literally just thought about this before the stream. Oh, well, Eris remains. Yeah, that sounds about right. We are 5 followers away from hitting 1.5k, gamers. Rebecca! Take it! Thank you! Rebecca, don't die! Oh, she had sprint burst. What a gamer. There's nothing there! Is he not chasing you? Oh shit! That's right. Whoa, he's got Lightborn or something. What the fuck? 24-hour stream when? Not anytime soon, gamer. I have literally no time. But listen, I was thinking to celebrate 1.5k followers, if we hit it, I'm gonna do 15 wheel spins for the Jawbreaker, and we'll put all of the winning Jawbreakers back in the jar. 15 for 1.5k. I don't even have 50 Jawbreakers left, Jess. 50, let's go. No, you guys are trolling. Why are you always trolling? Is it Wesker? Oh, yes, it is Wesker. Okay, we're out. No. Listen, you heard 50, so now it's 50, Jess. No. Why you mean like that? Listen. We are 5 followers away from hitting 1.5. You love to see 50? You gamers. Why are you always giving me a hard time? Where's my box at? See, now I can't even find the Jawbreaker, so there will be no Jawbreaker roulette. Period. Like, I blame you guys. Let's see. What do I have? I have... So there's 4 in this. Guys, who does maths? Because I don't do maths. Jess, are you good at maths? There's 4 per pack. I have 3 packs of strawberry. Two packs of the apple. 2 packs of the sour raspberry. One pack of watermelon. Guys, 1 pack of the fireballs. Only 1. 1 pack of cola, apparently. I don't even know that we ever ate these. No, Jess is counting. Go back. Lake confused. Lake! Jess, you were cooking. We had 3 packs of the strawberry. You have ADHD. Lake, stop it! You were cooking, I saw. Okay. 3 packs of the strawberry. 2 packs of the sour apple. Lake! 2 packs of the sour raspberry. 1 watermelon. 1 fireball. 1 cola. Lake, I'ma time you out. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 like loose packs that are open. No, not 8 times 4. Just 8 loose jawbreakers. No. 48. Not loose packs, just 8 singles. 10. Okay. So technically, I'm very close to giving you your 50. I only have 48. However, the whole idea of the 15 was I would spin the wheel. But if you guys insist, if we hit 1.5k followers, I'll chuck them all in. And then we'll have to buy a new pack. Yeah, I mean, I can spin the wheel, but we're all gonna have to put them in. So then what's the point of spinning the wheel? We're 5 followers away from hitting 1.5k. Let me catch up. Sorry, guys. There's so much going on. Jess, you were saying you started taking your iron again and you're gonna get B12. Yeah, I need to do vitamins as well. I need to look at it. It's been horrible. Well, I hope you will recover soon as well. I know I will. I just need to take some time. Naked Booty in chat. 10 stream streak. Let's go, Jess. Thank you so much for the streak. Raw, good to see you. Thank you for the 4. Jess, thank you for the 19. Lake, do you wanna just do some ears for the 5 gifted? Because I don't have jawbreakers. Sometimes it's just too much. It is. It really is. We want more. Okay, Ross just joining in on this. Hi, Mucha. Welcome in. Sorry, the chaos was real. We were onto something. We had to go down this rabbit hole. Yes, Jess, you tell him no spamming in chat. Chat, that goes for the subs too? Hey, wait, what? I thought you were supposed to be on my side. This is the first time you've properly played 2v8. Well, how are you liking it? Are you playing both Survivor and Killer, or are you on Survivor? How are the games? I played one game. It was quite alright. Sunny, welcome in. Enjoy your daily dogger treat. Thank you for the 4. Good morning, good morning. Me trolling? Never. You're always trolling. Lake, are we doing a morning stream on Sunday or what? You love to see 50 account line? Nah, you listen, you guys ganging up against me, I don't think is the way to go. You got a Yamin nearby? Hey, they have them at Yamin? I got these online, I think. You just came in and I saw everyone saying 50, so I agree it must have been 50. Ice Touch Burrito, welcome in, good to see you. Masha, thank you for your daily. Enjoy, thank you for the 8 treats. See, everybody has started putting numbers in chat. Can't wait for you to put 48 jawbreakers in your mouth at once. What is this conversation turning into? I can only count to 4. Then, Lake, why were you the one counting the jawbreakers? Hello? W reminder to take our vitamins. I need to start taking mine again. The only thing I have here is calcium. And apparently melatonin, but I don't think I should be taking that now. Yeah, you can join, Lake. You're welcome to join. Stash Burrito, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Launching, I see you, I see you. Oh, good. You ran for 40 minutes non-stop today? Holy shit, Jess. Without taking breaks. That's huge. You vommed? Okay, yeah, that's a lot to handle. It was needed. Yeah, that's besides the point. But for real, we look at the accomplishment. It was an accomplishment nonetheless. You still ran 40 minutes non-stop. Oh my god, that you're making such great progress on these runs, Jess. It's really inspiring. You have to go to the apotheke to get jawbreakers. I have to check it out. I can always inform if they have them. Thank you for the lurk refresh, Granny. It was slow, but you did it? Nah, that's a huge accomplishment. Like, literally. That is huge. Well done. You've also nearly lost 15 kilos. That is a big W. Yeah. Lake said it there in chat. That is big. Congratulations. That is excellent. Don't just look at the number and the weight, Jess. The journey you've made from when, you know, starting this running and being able to, you know, what you did, the 40 minutes straight without a break, and setting these amazing times on the 5 and the 6Ks is huge progress. No, like, whatever happens to your weight, whether it fluctuates or not, those things nobody will take away from you again. So please remember that. You're feeling great? Wonderful. In December, you couldn't run for 90 seconds. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, remember that journey. That's really inspiring, very impressive. Well done. That's huge. I had to run for a train the other day. I needed almost like oxygen. So that's the state that I'm in. Hi, Fur. Welcome in. How are you? Happy Tuesday, Miss Girl. How are you? How is your day going? Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into this jawbreaker situation. Hardlopers and doodlopers. That is a Dutch saying. It's a very common Dutch saying. But it seems to be working out for Jess. I'm good. How are you? I'm really tired. It's the thing. Yes. Hello. The thing with stress, right, is that even though, like, in my head, after the tourney was done and we had the relief of winning, right, I could really, like, celebrate and let it go, but the physical exhaustion that the stress from over the weekend has brought to me, to my body, to my life, that's what I'm recovering from now. And that's gonna take more days. I wonder if people... Oh no! I wonder if people are, if you guys are thinking like, Micah, if this is what tourney stress does to you, like you have to recover with like a sore and aching body from stress, even up to 2 or 3 days after the tournament, is it even worth it? Well, I've made up my mind that I want to do this now, so we're gonna keep at it. In Afrikaans. Oh, of course! Yes, Jess, you can read that. Set the air up that everything's good soon? Yes, it will definitely, Fur. It was an amazing experience. It's just the personal, like the impact that it has on me personally is something that I've got to learn to deal with. Hi and welcome in. I'm sorry we had to raid out after you raided us yesterday. I really do appreciate you taking your community in after the stream. I'm sorry it was a short one, but it was getting late and I had work tomorrow at 6. But thank you so much again for raiding me late last night. We have cranked these gens. Oh, he can see me. Like, he can literally see me. What are you up to today, Anne? How's your Tuesday going? Yeah, I'll adjust. I will, Jess. I will. I don't know who was here last week when I was explaining how I've joined more teams. Oh. Oh. Oh, they moved. They moved. Shit. I'm coming, Jem. Jen? I can't read. Okay. Oh, this is such a rough game for these killers. Oh my god. Shit. In what world is that an angle? There's no way I saved that! Holy shit! Oh. Hello, David. I got you. I'm trying my best to support friends, even in your poor health states. Are you feverish again? No. Yes. 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 I thought he was gonna put the. I thought he was gonna drop the Shack pallet on my face. I wasn't. I'm not gonna lie. That was a sexy. That was a sexy beam save. Oh, you have autoimmune. Your immune system is overactive. You get sick often. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Anne. Get your shit together, David. You're chilling, napping, playing some games on my own. Good. I mean, you know what to do. What's the best recovery? I hope it won't make you feel much sicker. And you're here chilling with us. That's good. That's always good. Yeah, sorry, I was explaining that you guys know I'm in Die for Cheese. That's the team that we won the tournament with on over the weekend. But the scrim times the scrim times are quite late and very. Oh no way! Too bad. He came for me. I can appreciate it. And I would like a higher intensity of scrim, like tourney practice scrims, like focused comp DBD. So I've been reaching out to different teams, and I tried out for Team Solace last week and for Team Lullaby, and for Oblivion as well. Now Oblivion is struggling in general because it's a new team. So we're trying to make things work. Hi Hondo, welcome in. Good luck, have fun in the games. Thank you, and have a good one. I appreciate you stopping by. I seen you were playing some 2v8. I think, oh, maybe over the weekend or last week. I hope it was a good one. I appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, you were cheering on a tournament. I know, you're so sweet for that, and yeah, the Oblivion team is forming, but with the forming phase comes a lot of oh. I mean, Yui's still there, right? Yes! Oh, no angle! No way! I enjoyed very much the scrims with Team Solace. I will be rejoining them on Thursday. And it looks like I will have a chance to scrim with them more often. So I'm looking forward to that. And then with Team Lullaby, it was a great scrimming session as well. But most of the team players are French, and even though I speak French, it's not advanced enough to be like comfortably in a conversation with them. So we've scheduled another tryout session with them on Friday as well. Got you. There were a lot of torchbearers in this game. There's a lot of saves going. It's crazy how many gens got done. Even though there were so many torchbearers lurking for saves, like... Huge. Okay, where's this girl? You're planning your birthday? Hey yo, let's go, Fur. What are you doing? Kinda having a bad feeling about it? Maybe I'll cancel? Why are you feeling bad about it? Is everybody out? You're playing Subnautica again? And you're gonna get scared. Nice. Is Lake out? GG's. So many saves. You did. You're playing below zero this time, but it's the same planet, but then on the icy side of the planet below. Okay. Sounds interesting. I got a notification today, guys, that the new Dark Anthologies game has been published. You guys have seen me play some of it on stream. I played the desert one and the ghost ship one. I didn't stream Little Hope, but that was because me and Loft finished it in a week. Getting all of the achievements. We played that game for about 16 hours in over the span of 5 days. Just going in over and over and over again and getting all the achievements. And I just, I knew there was a new game releasing from them. It was supposed to release in October, and then it got postponed. But I've just got a notification today, and I've already seen people streaming it. I didn't want to watch it for too long because of spoilers, but I watched the trailer and it looks scary. I have to say, sci-fi stuff, alien stuff, is not necessarily my favorite topic. But obviously I'm interested in this game, having played the other ones. So yeah. You failed to find the angle in time? Yeah. I mean, like I said, some angles are insane. The way that I got the save on the Yui was crazy. I heard the lens close and I was like, what? Okay, I'm committing to this. Whereas others, this Arena, who tried to save me in the previous game, seemed like she had a completely... open angle and it did nothing. Oh, games, sorry. You played Little Hope, The Quarry? Yeah, I also have... Oh, shit. I was thinking to myself, no, if it's an Oni, I'm gonna take an early tag. That sucks. Yeah, I think I bought The Quarry too. Maybe I should play that. Maybe I should play that first. Until Dawn, Man of Medan. Yes, Man of Medan. Oh, you haven't done? And the desert. You haven't done the desert one? I really like the beginning of the desert one. Not so much the ending. We were like, what the fuck? She's back up! You saved her! I save you! Is she licking this wall? No. It's not a she, it's a he. And he's upset. Upset about the whole situation. Okay. Oh! Oh, they're upset about the whole situation altogether. Okay, I see. Damn, good teamwork. Thank you, Hex. I hope your stream is going well. I hope your games are well. Oh my god, good effort, Late. Good effort. Oh, come on. Still streaking. Thank you for the 15, Hex. Thank you so much. The group. Oh, okay. Have to present all of your friends. I don't know how the girlies, the stoners, the drunks, and the witches are going to react. Ah, just putting them all together? Sometimes it works out just fine, gamer. surely they will be able to behave. Since you're in the middle point, right, Fur? It's about your birthday. They have a shared cause of celebrating your birthday with you. Oh, that's gonna snowball. I'm leaving. Did I hear witches and stoners? Yes. Fur is trying to put together his birthday party. And feels like it might be difficult to put the group together. This Talita, is it Lake? It is Lake! It's keeping them both busy. They're coming for you now, gamer. There's no escaping it now. Oh no, he changed to me. Nah, I paid the price. They couldn't catch you, Lake. What a juicer. Hello? I paid a little pricey price for that. They all share one thing, the heartbroken songs. Maybe that will unite them. I am sure they will be able to unite over something. Well, I guess it's me. Oh! Yeah. There's nothing I can do about that. Glad you enjoyed the dog tree. Thank you for the 49. Good effort, Lake. Good effort. You are absolutely juicing. Do you know I left seconds? Yes. I even called it out, Lenny. That was huge. I even called it out. Yeah, the zombie. I was cooking. Gamers, we're run a quick ad break. We'll run it now before we go into the next game. So you don't have to miss anything, please bear with. We will be right back. I have to finish my food here. Hold on. You're maturing until tomorrow. Hi Jill, welcome in. I think Lake dies here, guys. I don't know. I'm exhausted, Jill. How do you deal with this? Like, do you feel the physical exhaustion from the stress we get from journeys? Because today I am so tired. I took a 2-hour nap. I took a nap yesterday and my body's just in pain. Like, from the stress. From the journey. Like, I'm still recovering. Lake is safe. Where's the Yui? She's out. No, she's here. She should be able to make this. Lake, take a hit! Why is she going for main? The door is right there. Check, no? Wait, I thought she was going for an open door. Is she looking for a hatch? Oh no! Oh no! That was very, very close, Lake. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what the plan was with the zombie. Did you take like a speed? Did you take a zombie speed hit to go and take a protection hit for that girl? That was risky. Hi, my loft. I want you to want me for all that I am. I hope that you will try to understand. Loftus, thank you for the 65 stream streak. Let's go. You get stomach aches a few hours before, and once it starts, nerves get more controllable because I focus on the game. Yeah, I need to work on that. Do you feel the same? How's your day, Loft? Yeah, I am, my body is just like, mentally I'm good. Like, if I look back, I can still like feel the accomplishments and the happiness from like playing and how we played, you know, which was all good, but just like physically I'm so drained. We'll work on it. It's good. You played the Rivals, didn't I? You fucking did. Are you on the Widow again? Don't say you're on the Black Widow. Don't say it. Glenny forced me to play support because the randoms were shit. I mean, Glenny loves it when we play support. So I tried to flash the zombie, ran out, forgot about the zombie being infected, wanted to tank the hit. Okay, not from the zombie. Scared the shit out of me that I got hit by said zombie. Jesus. So you're below 0. There are sea monkeys, and they either steal your shiny tech or bring you resources like gold and silver. And I had one that brought their own sea monkey egg. Now you're building an aquarium for it to hatch. Oh my god, that's cool. I was on the Widow, I can't lie. Do not speak to me. I feel you. I will get less bad. I'm noticing it myself. Yeah. I know. That's why I gotta keep pushing. That's why I want to keep pushing. Shit was being nice. Thank you for the alert refresh, Granny. Wait, Lake, did we settle on ears for your 5 gifted also? I'm scared. I'm leaving. Bye. Okay. Okay. I found ears. I found leopard ears. I can wear them. The moment I don't focus on everything around and only on the game, I'm good. But I need a moment to click in my head, basically, and that's during the game. Yeah. Yeah. Good job. Honestly, having fun with Subnautica hasn't scared me that bad yet this game. Okay, perfect then. It's chilly on your side too? Yeah, I was so cold today and I wore 2 coats to work. Oh, I don't need healing. I'm just sitting there crouched, staring at them. Thank you for the highlight, Fur. Oh shit. Uh-oh. I keep crawling back under a cozy blanket at the desk. Yeah, that makes sense. Crawling back. There we go. Thank you again for the 5 gifted, Lake. I've got ears on. It's at 13, feels like 6, so I wore a jacket and a coat and I was sweating like hell. Oh shit. I'll take this. Not ideal. Oh! Okay, okay, I see you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Good effort. Alright, Sean is gone live. She's gonna yap. I think we can do 2 more here. No boxes. Wonderful. Found one. So you needs R to find boxes. Jill, enjoy your daily dog treat. Thank you for the 68. There's another box on the hill. Can people see sprays if I get them out of the box? Because I'm just gonna open all the fucking boxes. One more pretty good old funny number, indeed. Bro. There's nothing. Why am I doing this? There's. No, thank you, Lake. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's no resources here. Good. I dropped this. Oh, you're kidding me. I think I should have bolted window, no? I hear a zombie. Oh, 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 oh! I'm dodging and weaving, guys. Oh, 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 oh! The hindrance! I know, very close. Let's see. We are back dishes? Okay, okay, okay. Your new game, my iPhones can be so ruthless, right? I forgot what I was doing. Sorry guys, I'm trying to set up this collab with Sean. Lake, thank you so much for the games. I appreciate you hopping in. How are you an influencer, Glenny? Tell me everything. There we go. And enjoy the Dogger Tree. Thank you for the 15. Guys, what do we do for killer today? Do we go out on a limb? Or do we go with the good old Nemi? Oh. Someone just told me they were nosing your profile and saw me play Hidden Cats, so they bought them. Oh my god. Glenny, it's official. You're an influencer. It's official. I think send mods for your duo. I can't go in there because of the age restrictions. Stupid UK. Oh, really? Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. Hold on. She's calling. Hello. Hi. I'm good, thanks. A little tired. But I took a nap and I had some warm-up games, so I'm ready to go. How are you? I heard you had a rough day. I'm sorry. Oh.
It's one of those days, but I'm home and I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here to slay.
Perfect.
You know? That's all that
Yes,
matters.
for real.
I too had a small nap when I got home to help
Okay.
recover from my
Okay.
day, so had
That's
like a cheeky
good.
half an hour. So,
Wonderful.
how was your game that you played?
The first were really good. The second, you know, with 2v8, I love the chaos, right? But sometimes you just get in the situation where you're hooked and unhooked, and the killer's already right there, and I don't think it has
Yeah,
anything
it's
to
like
do.
they can smell you.
Yeah,
like they
it's
literally
not
have a
like a
sixth sense
deliberate
just for
tunnel
you.
or something, but sometimes the
Mhm.
unfortunate thing happens and you get hooked twice in a row so quickly. Yeah, there's less chance you make it out of that game. Like one more chase and it's it. And then there's zombies everywhere, and then there's a Wesker chasing you, and it's like, yeah, this is the end.
This is a lot. This is a lot going on.
It is, but yeah, no, that was alright.
Sorry, ignore my fit. But we were doing dress up last night. A bunch of us dressed like badly dressed.
We love
outfits.
this. Do you know my community
call this the
calls
Bob.
this Bob Jun, actually.
Yeah, the Bob.
It's
Well, hold on, let
gorgeous.
me go to my Yui. Let's be matchy. There we
Oh
go.
yes, let's go. We doing girls today? I can be girly. There we go. I don't know about the pants. I'm annoyed that the skirt sometimes goes away. You know? So I don't want to wear the skirt, but it's kind of the only thing that I have that goes with the Twitch shirt. What do you call this? Creator problems? Creator problems, guys. Twitch even hides them from your live, despite me following. Ah, that sucks, Glenny. That's really dumb. Yeah, your new charger arrived today. Thank God, Glenny. I am really happy about that. It was due. That's great news. Good job, Glenny. 25 quid. Well, this better be a fucking supercharger. Like, that's gotta be like a 5-minute charge and then it's full. You needed a very specific one because I need to charge your ROG Ally? Ellie? I don't speak English. Okay, that's fine then, but I'm already... Wait, I just loaded in this game. What do you mean? Are you kidding me right now? It's because I sent a Wesker through a window during the tournament, guys. They just know. They're out to get me. They've sounded the alarm. All the Weskers were like, this bitch sent a Wesker through a window in the final of a tournament. We gotta take her out, collectively. I'm telling you. Oh, you didn't like my hair, you think, Jill? That's so toxic. I put so much work into this hair. I had it right the first time? Okay. Your aunt is Dutch? Or speaks Dutch? Oh my god, a ghost face. Get me out. No, 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 no. Oh, she has a really nice tile. She can protect herself there. Oh, and oh my god, she got the stun. He doesn't see me, he doesn't have eyes. See? He's still going. Oh my god. Oh my god. Aye! Early! I flopped, guys. I flopped it. I flopped it. You broke your new glass glasses. Oh shit. That's not good quality then. I have to say, like, mine, did the nose piece fall off? Because my nose piece fell off. I mean, it falls off all the time. It's not, like, attached to it. And I've been trying to, keep it, like, put it back on every time. 0.2 second early? Yeah, I was a smidge early. I got nervous. I thought that was Ghostface. Oh, there was a Ghostface. Fuck my life. I don't know where he is. I fucking hate this killer. Where is he? Fuck my life. The thing you put behind your ear got stuck in your... Oh, your normal glasses? Oh, shit.
Oh.
What's up?
Oh, I thought I could try and save you.
Oh, no. I hate Ghostface. It's my most hated killer. It's because... You're sitting on a gen, you get exposed, you don't know where they're coming from, and then you just run and you're dead, and I hate that. I think it's so boring. That's what happened. I could have died in a better spot, but I was just like all over the place.
Oh my god, you're getting tunneled?
No, it literally, what I was talking about earlier, I got unhooked and then there was a Wesker there going for a gen kick, so it's so unlucky.
No, it's like one extreme to the other, isn't it? Either like
Yes.
you get super lucky and you just get like, you run through it, or whoa, you got brute. Okay.
That's it. For me, it's the little nose piece that fell off, and now I've lost the nose piece. It's somewhere in my office. I don't know. Thank you, Arilla. Lake, thank you for the follow for Sean. You're a trooper. Kinda L-take for real. Oh! Whoa, the way I'm looking at this green bottle thinking, hey, somebody could use this. Right, me, I'm using it. I found a green bottle. W me.
Sorry, what was that?
I found a green bottle. I was able to take away a hook stay.
W.
Yes.
I gave one to the Aurella early on, and then, yeah, it was like not long after you'd been found again by the Wesker, and I was like, oh.
Oh! Wesker for me! How's my hair? Yes! Wesker for me? Oh my god. I hate Ghostface. Bro, I just, keep dying to Ghostface. My skirt was broken again, guys. Your most hated killer showed once ago I did that. This is why. This is exactly why. Good job. Kinda want to try and save Sean, but I also kinda want to do this gen. Deserved. This is Aurella. I'm gonna go back to the gen, honestly. Doing a gen and randomly you're deciding a lot. Yeah, it's like you have no chance. There's just literally no fun in it. If you ask me. Give me Olmir and Lyris and Spirit back then. Yeah, I'll take it. Is he sneaking here? Oh my god, Sean is still cooking.
How we doing? Oh, we're down to 1 gen. That's pretty good. I
Yeah,
think I get the saves
you were in the
altogether.
longest chases back there. Was it with Wesker all this time? Like,
Ghostface, and then Wesker kind of joined Pookie and
I see.
came over.
because he's strong like that.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay, whatever.
Oh no, are you okay?
Yeah, I tried to save your and I never got a prompt for the pellets.
Oh, I hate that when they got big booties.
Yeah. You missed the first line. This what you have with ghosting? No. Oh. Oh, really? With prayer bird spirits? Okay, I guess I don't know them because I wasn't playing when that was a thing. But still, like, I'll take anything over Ghosty ever again. Sticky situation.
Are you? Where are you?
Running towards main now. To the kind of like the back of the map. More to the back where the gate is.
Yeah, I see. Okay, I think he's giving up.
Yeah, I
He's
think
very...
so too. He wants to keep
Oh,
his
yeah.
gens. Thank you. From the distance, you look just with the pink hair. It looks a little bit like there was a bunny fun here with the little floppy ears. I was like, hey, a little pink head bobbing around.
There's yeah, just
Yeah,
the
I
thingy
see it.
over there.
Perfect.
Hopefully I can grab the save.
You love a chase, and I feel like you just don't get one with Ghosty. Yes. 100%. You don't. You just sit there and you die. Imagine doing a gen and randomly getting grabbed. No sound, no ping, no indication, just randomly getting grabbed. I mean, okay, that's a little bit scary too. Like, a lot scary. A little bit lot scary. Well, it's going downhill quick.
Just a little bit. I'm gonna see if I can grab their attention.
I have TR my gen.
What? Where was your gen? Let me see if I can.
So when where you healed me, from there I ran towards where you got the last unhook, and there was a gen there.
Let me see if I can help the Rick. They're both.
Yeah, okay, maybe I
Let's
can
see the
finish
ghost
this.
fight.
Yeah. That's why they
Okay, I think
removed
it's
the
just
gen.
ghost
Okay,
fights
yeah,
on him.
okay, that's
Be
good.
careful.
I mean, we got a gen here. W distraction.
I think you're good working on that exit gate back there. Let's see
Yeah.
if I can...
I'm honestly attached now.
True.
I have one.
I have one.
Cool. GG's.
Yep. W.
W.
Let's go.
Let's go indeed. You received a Steam controller last night. Cool. How did you try it out? How does it feel? How is buttons? How's everything working out?
Did you want to do another survivor?
Yes, let's do it. Oh my god. Reserved. Received. Okay, I'll see myself out.
I feel like I really liked doing gens that game. Not intentionally, but it
You
felt like
were-
it. You know, when sometimes...
Yes. But you were in chase for the longest time. Like, you held first the Ghosty and then the Wesker busy for a long time, while other people did
Yeah, and it
gens.
was kind of that, like, I was going back and forth, like, grabbing someone else off cage, etc.
Yeah.
And he didn't commit to me. There was times where I was injured and I thought, oh, here we go, like, this is going to be it. And then they just didn't commit. I was
Yeah.
like, okay.
Okay, good.
That's
I'll
my
carry
lead.
on.
That's my lead.
Sorry, guys. There's a lot going on. I'm exhausted physically while my brain is racing. It's my first time collabing with Sean. We're just setting up, you know, getting to know how the comms in game, how to work together. I'm trying to read chat. I'm trying to do well in game. It's just too much. G Fuel code emo picker for 200% off your order. Yeah, let me jump on that. I won't sleep all night, Glenny, if I drink that shit now. Oh, you're joking? Oh, okay, just making sure. That would have been funny though. You had one today? I can have one, but it needs to be not when I go to bed soon. Like, I'm not going to bed soon, but like... Hello? Woo!
Oh, I see green tonic by like the greenhouse bit. It's not a greenhouse, but it's. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, that area.
Yeah, by the
Good,
benches.
Good to remember. I had a wraith, but he left me, so that's one of the killers. And a trapper. Still, I have to say, ever since I got used to the rebinding of the keys, my life has been better on controller. You know? I'm glad we did that exercise last 2v8. I'm happier. Who drinks that toxic stuff takes a sip of their Red Bull. Sorry, I just want to do chests. I deserve it, actually. Huh. Can you help me? Can you help me? What?
Oh no, it's all kicking off, girls.
Yeah. What is he doing?
Oh no. Is he struggling?
Well, it was weird. He keeps M1ing me, but he hits through me every time. So it's a very confusing situation.
Oh, I've kind of run away from you. I've gone for the other.
Rick's here, Rick's here. The way I went for to get gen points and stepped right into that trap when I had absolutely
Oh yeah,
I was stuck chilling.
near where that gen just got done. That's where the green tonic is.
Okay.
By those benches.
Let's see. He's Wraith is here, Wraith is here.
I'm running over. Whereabouts are you? So in
Yeah, here.
chase? Yeah.
Did he?
I don't know where he is.
I hear him.
Yeah.
I don't think he doesn't really commit
No,
to
I think he does
anything.
want you. I'm not sure.
I'm under the pallets. I don't know.
No, he's here. Run. Run.
Oh, the green tonic, I found it. Okay, let me quickly grab this.
Yeah, I'll try. I'll grab his attention.
Cool, 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 cool. Excellent. Nice, change to me. I have a pallet though. Oh! I didn't see him. I was checking for traps. Oh, imagine.
Oh, I'm out of beamer.
Imagine.
Help.
I remember back in the day I tried to get you to rebind your keys and you changed them back after 2 games. Yeah, Glenny, I was struggling. I think 2v8 really helped because nobody cares what happens in 2v8, so it gave me a lot more wiggle room for mistakes. So I had a lot of time to adjust. Glad to hear that. Your control should be the last of your race while playing. Yes. More chests? Bro, welcome back. I was asking earlier, I know there was a lot going on, if for 2v8, are you mostly enjoying Killer or survivor right now? This Wraith is doing all sorts.
Everyone's so far away from me.
I come. There was a Wraith in between us. See
I think one's being chased near Shaggy. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That's where they were.
that is where they were. Man ate that pellet. He did. Oh, survivor? Okay, nice. Which class, Raw? Which class? You on the escapist? Cool. I tried it. Like, from the perspective of trying to help people in chase. I'm not very good at it. But that's because I compare myself to Jill, who's really good at it, and it's like, oh yeah, I'm not as good. Being tunneled by Frosty Ice Wraith? Oh shit. Yeah, these things happen, gamer. Ooh. Who's in the trap? Oh, there's a Wraith here. Hold on. Why didn't he swing? He would have had me. What's the plan? Okay. Exactly, you press button, I go zoomy, and at the right time every time. It's insane. I help you. I'm out with the injured white.
Yeah, I'm out as well.
Cool. Oh, she gets hooked here.
I think everybody was safe. but
Someone
don't
is in the
quote me on
gates, slugged, right now.
that. They pick though, so there's a good chance.
Come on, right here. I do not want this to escalate where we step into a trap, you know, trying to save them. Okay, good, good, good. They're right here. GG's. We're out. Points? We'll take points.
Always get that BP.
Always. GG's.
Nice, GG.
Welcome back, Fur. Alright. Killer Games. I'm ready. You're dancing more than doing the dishes? That is so good though. People should do more dancing than dishes in general, I think, for it'll make people happier in the end. I think doing some dancing while you're doing the dishes probably makes it easier too to do it.
Okay, bear with me on my nurse. She's not perfect.
No, you're
Especially on like being my first game is very like a choice from me, but it's fine.
No, you're fine. I'm not the greatest killer. We'll be vibing anyway. Try to get some funny things
Exactly.
going.
Worst case, we hold hands. And
Yes,
down them.
we
It's
just
fine,
take
it's
them
fine.
out. Yeah, we just take them out.
Exactly,
2v1, all of them.
As long
I
as
don't
it happens,
care.
it happens.
Yeah, we got some zombies. Maybe they can work something up. I'm
I swear to
confident.
God, my zombies never do the same thing.
I
as
know.
what zombies do when I'm
I
Survivor. It
know.
stresses me out.
Same map?
Okay, we got this. We got this.
Okay.
I found a green tonic as well. Nyeh.
Nice. I found the blue. Double pellets
just took
there.
out your
I
zombie.
can't do anything. Nice, let's go. Everybody's pre-leaving. Last mine. Lake's here watching or judging. Let me show you some strong Nemi gameplays. Hold on. Oh! Oh, this tower's so big. Yeah. Nice hits. Good down.
I don't know what this guy's doing. He's a little bit lost. Lost in the salt.
Welcome in, Dalia. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. All the gens are done, guys, by the way. Oh, I was gonna yoink her. It was not to be. Nadia, thank you for the 60 stream streak. Thank you so much. You have no idea going to the store. Good luck in your games. Enjoy Daddy Doggo treat as well. Thank you for the 56.
Coming your way. Nice. Help, toxic.
No scratch marks. I have no idea where he went. Who's healing over here?
In the hand.
Is Quentin still here?
Not sure, but I could do with getting this Michaela so I can get my shadow.
Yeah, I get her here. Nice. Good teamwork.
Do you mind if I pick?
Oh,
Oh.
sorry.
No.
I didn't think about that.
Quentin. This gen's good progress, not Quentin. Leon.
Oh, pick it. Is that the power for the pick?
Sorry.
Is that how you activate the power, the shadow, if you pick?
Yeah, if you when it's not in
Ah.
cooldown.
I didn't realize.
Leon went somewhere, but I think I kind of lost him.
See if we can pick some gems and find some people. Maybe he went back to Shack because I finished that gen. Yeah. Kalita's also there. Nice. I'll continue Michaela chase. Yeah, you have nothing here. There's nothing here.
Oh, okay, I've got two people here.
What's the plan, Leon?
Nice, huge. Oh, I see someone pull over there. What's that?
Oh.
multiple here.
Oh, I should have. What's wrong? What did you see, Jill? Me missing the Leon.
It's an ace, and I don't know where they are now.
Yeah, maybe that door. They got
Yeah,
the
this one's open.
cage. No one here?
Yeah, here. Yeah, there's
Oh.
people here.
Oh. Oh. Oh, I missed the. Oh, I got the. Nice.
I've got multiple here. You might want to be picking up the Leon.
I wonder if they.
Nice. We'll take that.
I
We'll
was.
take that.
Yeah. Gens were flying, but we got some kills in the end. Good teamwork.
Yeah, no, 3-8.
Gamers, we're running a quick ad break. We're gonna run it now before we're going to the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. You see nothing, Jill. That didn't even happen. Can you do it again? I missed it? No. It was very satisfying to see you play as Nemi. I don't know why. Good. Because, I get hella frustrated, but I do like duo gaming, especially collabs with my fellow content creators. So we just gotta keep going, you know? We should play some Playtop soon. We really should, Lake.
Attention alien army, we
Hey,
do
yo,
have
Hex!
a raid incoming. I repeat, a raid
Welcome in!
incoming.
Thank you so much! No, there's no reason, Jill. If you have a recommendation, let me know. I literally don't know what I'm doing.
Hex underscore
We came into
underscore
Hex with
L0
our
Veer
love.
rated
Thank you
your
so
channel
much.
with 14
Hi,
viewers.
Boku Kaneki. Hold ad. Oh shit. Yes. Oh. Here come the Pookies. All of the Pookies are here. But they got hit with an ad. That was unfortunate timing. Welcome in. Hex is a Croatian streamer who loves flopping in Dead by Daylight and horror games. They're all about the LGBTQ plus safe space, Rockin' Kate and Freddy in DVD. Catch them on a 12-hour stream, probably taking their fears in Silent Hill. Hex, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you taking the duty here. Did you end up streaming for 12? Because I do
Boca
remember you
Kaneki
going
followed
live.
your
I was
channel.
at the office when I saw you put your channel, your link in the Twitch promo, the self promo section. How was your stream? How was games? Boku, welcome in. Hi, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate the support for the channel. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Gamers, if you take me with the raid with Hex and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. I'm primarily Dead by Daylight
Krusty
content
Dog
creator. I'm an official creator with
445 followed
behavior.
your channel.
I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. I'm from the Netherlands. I love playing Dead by Daylight. When I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at Horses Stables. Welcome in, everyone. We're working our way towards 1.5k followers today. And we're not far off thanks to all of your support. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. 18W. Yeah, if you want to know who it is, it's exclamation mark P100. For all of them P100s.
Shout out to Hex underscore underscore L0 Veer.
Is that command working? There we go. It's a little delayed. But welcome in, gamers. Welcome in. Krusty, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you so much. Welcome. Welcome. You are, but you ended like kind of 11 hours. Oh, I need to do something. Okay, I mean... What just happened to this nurse? I don't think she actually came for me, maybe. Yeah, I don't think I can save this. I tried. That was never gonna hit in a million years. Oh, that was a good hit. Alright, Fur, we'll catch you in a bit. W 1.5k indeed.
Is this thing going nice?
Oh, are you still on me? Oh, I think I changed. Is Colonel back? Am I missing the message? I'll be lurking. I love you. Have a great stream. Thank you, Hex. Thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate you. And go get some rest. I know it was a long session. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna do this gen. I don't know. He said, "All your games." Oh, I'm sorry. There were so many messages, Colonel. Welcome back in. Good to see you again. Games are good. Good. Thank you. Thank you. How are your games? Are you enjoying a little bit of the? Oh shit. Well, GG. Are you enjoying a little bit of the 2v8? A little emo Pippi. Glenny, I like this name for you. I think we're gonna have to keep it on. Yes.
I fear I know who that nurse is.
Oh, actually?
Yeah, it's a
guys
friend.
friends?
It's a friend.
Oh, cool.
They will murder me. So
Oh, that's fine.
it's
Oh my god. That's fine. Oh, what a shot! I can't lie, that was really good. Oh no! Maybe? Yes!
Yes, ma'am.
I thought it died too close to the wall. Beautiful save, thank you. Maybe, because I'm always pipping, because I'm correct. Well, you turned that around really quick. That makes it a lot less funny. I was thinking more like Pippi Longstocking. You finished all the 2v8 challenges? Good job, Colonel. Good job. That's good points. Are you, where are you at right now? When we spoke last week, you were at 32 million. I think there was new Rift ones released today as well. Aurella kinda death hook? Oh. Yeah, really. Oh my god, and in chase again. That girl's dead as hell, Jill. I'm a terrible teammate. Sean is struggling. Aurella's dying, and I'm just like running around. I don't know if I'm being chased by nurse. Yes, I am. There we go.
I could really do with a green tonic, but I fear I'm not gonna get one.
Oh, lucky.
It's gonna be they're gonna be rationed.
On this map also. Oh. You need to look the PS5's updating. Oh, okay.
I found a green tonic. Come with me.
Ah, nice. That's perfect. Yeah, the update took a little bit of time for me on the PC. Nurse on this map is fun because you can make her blink down. I am so terrified of getting grabbed off this gen.
He's outside on a helicopter at the moment.
He's still here. Yeah, that's unlucky. Oh, that little sidestep was sexy, I'm not gonna lie. Wait! Yeah, here we go. Oh,
No, I'm so sorry.
Oh,
I'm
no!
so sorry.
No, that was unlucky. It's the unluckiest thing in the world. That's the thing with these RPD, like, it can be either so good or stuff like this happens. You were yelling, dodge, dodge. Yeah, we swapped killers. We had two really good gen progress on the other side. Now I'm sad. Because I'm on the wrong side. See if we can save Sean. Being saved, good. I do a gen. Shit. Ooh.
don't see myself escaping.
I mean, we still have a chance here. I'm coming to you. We lost the Death Slinger. Ada took the hit for you. That was good stuff.
Yeah, that was a W. I'm downstairs.
Yeah, I see you on your screen. I see you. Almost 33 million. But you spend some. Okay. Shit, Sean is back in chase.
No, that gem's almost down.
Shit. Okay. Nice, good blink. Not looking good, people. It's not looking good. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like I'm catch a girl. Just moved. Mow the lawn? Yes! Hell yes, Jess. You couldn't catch me doing that. Big W. Goals? W dodge. Yes. Good interaction. Oh,
Ooh, nice hit.
you might. Yes. Okay, that's fine. That's a god pallet. Oh shit, they're both there now. Oh my god!
Leave me alone!
You're eating right now, you know that, right? That gate, maybe? If they get distracted by the Michaela? W. And the 2 loads of laundry? Nah, you're so productive, Jess. And the 40-minute run. Did you even eat something? Because you gotta stay energized, especially after the vomiting. Well played, Sean. Oh my god. GG's.
No, GG's. I was poor.
It's 7. Yes.
It is 7. Hey.
Not Adam. I'm trying to finish off my girl. I protect it. You aren't going to kill. Okay. Cuties. We love the cuties. Yeah, like half a sandwich and chunk of cheese. Okay. I'm playing Kate. I know it's controversial, but it's happening. I've decided. I'll eat when I get back from dog training. Okay. What time's dog training? Isn't it kind of late already? Just bring me McDonald's. Glenny, get your own McDonald's. You love Kate? I mean, I don't love Kate, but I like her tattoo and it looks like my tattoo. But yeah, Kates are frowned upon. No, she said she would. Oh, Piggy, you rejected the McDonald's? Well, Pippi, what do you have to say for yourself? Micah asked Pippi if he would meet me if I brought McDonald's. He said no. Oh my god. You're missing out on opportunities here. Why are we speaking Russian in pre-game lobby, gamers? Like, what is the issue? Why we already... Let me get up the Google, the all good Google Translate. They're saying that everything is ruined.
Oh, probably because we got our shirts on.
Yes, probably.
Either way. I got called a scarecrow the other day. They were like, I
Oh.
can't believe you're in the creator program when you look like a scarecrow. And it was my PNG was up. Because 9 times out of 10, I normally stream after work. And I'm
Yeah.
like, I can't be asked to make myself
Yeah,
look extra
nah,
pretty. you
I
know?
understand.
So yeah, I was like, how can you say I look like a scarecrow?
Yeah. And also, what is the relation to that in being a creator? Like, there's no... Oh my god, the raid! 7 Adam, the best. Best gamers. They were the killers from our last game. They just raided Sean. That's a big W. I like Kate. It's just like 3 different people said they would not play with me if I P100. That's the thing, Glenny! Loftus would disown me if I did spend any time on this gamer.
By Stonehenge, there was a green tonic. It's also a trapper.
I see a
Hello,
Wesker
Yvette.
also. Oh. Nice.
Hello, Joe.
I've only found blue tonics so far. Oh, so you had a bad experience with the cave main and I want to turn it into something positive. Aww. Glenny, should we jump on that shit? We may need to. You're gonna P100 her eventually, Jess?
I think I might need that green tonic.
There's a blue
actually.
tonic here. To start with. Oh, I heard a trapper. Yep, right there. You're getting our P20 during our anniversary because she's already P9. Yeah, I think mine must be P9 as well. She's been like 57 for a month? Oh my god, Jess. Dog training is 8. Oh, you gotta go. Okay. Go dog training. Have fun. We'll catch you later maybe, Jess. And thanks for hanging out. And thanks for getting Pippi and McDonald's. And it's his loss for rejecting it. Jonah needs training as a little brat? Well, what are you gonna do to solve that shit? What are you going to do about that? You can train him. How old is Jonah? Do I keep asking this? I remember you sent me the picture when of the puppy in the car. 2! Imagine. Dog is 2 already. Can I save this? Is the question. I comment. Why is everybody down here? Okay, 3 hooks, 4 dents done. That's alright. Blast mine, okay. Megan's cooking. Oh, he ate your dad's glasses. Everything has to be out of reach. Yeah, that sucks. I had this problem with when Lily comes, right? The English bulldog. The other day, she ate the remote control of the TV, and I was trying to put Twitch stream on the TV, but I couldn't turn the TV on. And I had to install like a remote control on my phone to to control the TV. Yeah, we found all sorts. Like Len left a backpack downstairs with his magic cards, and when I came back from work, she didn't like destroy the cards, but like everything was scattered all over the dining room. Ooh. Holy, quiet trapper. Beautiful. We hit those. Oh. Hello? You need help? I'm on PC, yes.
Oh, you get that? Oh, what?
I don't know. I heard the lens close. It took really long. I don't know why.
That was criminal from PG.
No, they're fighting against the creators. It's obvious. Oh, he got nervous this time.
Oh, goody.
I just flashbang saved the the Ellen earlier, so he's like nervous now. Oh shit.
Oh!
Nah, we're just piling up the Twitch shirts here. Yeah, Colonel, when cross progression came, it's coming summer, it's 2 years ago, I changed to PC gaming. So I could like merge my PlayStation account with my Switch account and just start playing on Steam with all of my stuff, all of my characters, my skins, all my cakes from the 6-year anniversary, the 7-year anniversary, everything. There was nothing here. You were playing Legion last night. Someone said in endgame chat that my build was evil. Would you like to share what that build was? Not the Twitch shirts. I know, Raw. Twitch gamers are so toxic. He might change to the gen, honestly. Now we get it now. Oh, he's running into the trapper. Look at this trap. Look at this devious trap. Oh! There's no way he had another. What? Yeah, I'm 2 people here. It's okay. And waste time. You get gates. No. Surge, Blood Echo, Fena, and Deadlock with the Edge Ruler. What does the Edge Ruler do for Glenny? For Legion. Yeah, that sounds like a really good build. Oh my god. Megan dodging that Wesker like a champion. Everyone's out. GG's.
I know who's gaming.
All the familiar faces tonight. Beautiful.
I know. Back-to-back games as well.
Uh-huh. Granny, thank you for the lurk refresh. Oh, put the controller to the side, gamers. It's demi gaming time. If you hit them in power, they're oblivious. Oh yes, that is nasty. Quick, Jill! Which class am I supposed to use? I go Enforcer. I don't know. I don't know what it means. I'm doing it. It gives me the one that gives you chasing a wounded survivor. Does that what Enforcer does? Or do I have to change to one where special Enforcer? Ah. Zombies? No. Reveal? I mean, we're doing this. We're doing it.
We got this.
Yeah. I changed class. It was an idea from chat, so could be good. Green Sonic, bye bye.
Ah, I see someone.
Yeah, there should be most of them should be here at
There's people here on this gen. I'm just gonna hit
How's the killing going? We had one killer game. It was rough up until we got to... I can't believe I missed. I can't believe that misses.
there's an ace here. Oh, yeah, he's gonna go around to the other pallet. can you get him? Yeah.
Nice, fast. And he fakes that. Oh, I'm not gonna get him. Yeah, nah, he's above my skill level. I can't get him.
Oh, you blinded me. I didn't even hear that.
Done. You were too busy watching me to see my game start, but you escaped? Oh, good. W. I don't even know if I'm chasing anyone here. I need to lock in. Sorry, guys. You had a little nap. Good, Anne. That's good.
I've got people here with flashies, so I'm kind of scared. Yeah, there's two here. I need you. I need you.
I'm
They're
here, I'm here.
definitely gonna.
Oh, bring Sonic. Hold on, I'm coming. There's no angle.
Oh my god, he read my number. Oh, he read
Is
my
it
number
the
again.
ace?
He's good.
Yeah,
He's
he's
good,
way
girls.
too good. I left him earlier. He's too good.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
There could be someone around, but I'm. Oh, fuck it. Fuck it.
Yeah, they're gonna pop gens here at the bottom. Yep. Nice. Nice.
People here.
Yeah, coming your way.
Yes, Ace is here. He's gonna try and go for this.
Come in. You can't save now if you want to pick.
Let's go the other way. Yeah.
Yeah, got him. You cat joined you? You must have been so cozy, Anne. Nice grab.
Thank you.
I just saw you grab her past the window. Beautiful.
Oh, you're zombie, W.
W. It's all about teamwork. Car park. Can you fuck off? He keeps, like, pellet checking me so I can't, break the pellet when I'm blinded. He's like hella comp him. Oh, that connected by a hair. Yeah, yeah, I got the UE.
Where did he go? Where did you down him?
Just outside the tile in the corner of the LT. That's a rock, Mr. J.
I can't find him.
He's up, he's back. That's your way. Yeah, beautiful.
Sorry, I could not find him.
No, you're fine. He must be like quiet when he's on the floor or something. Thank you. I saw you from the corner of mine. I was like, hold on, let me zone him back. I'm just checking the mail, James.
I thought I'd jump in.
Yes, good choice. There's no prog on any of the gens by Shaq. There's some towards statue, but this gen is dead.
Yeah.
This gen has almost no prog. Hi Phoenix, welcome in. How are you? How's your week going? You have to go. Alright, Fur. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I hope things work out for your birthday. I think you should go for it. Your friends should know that they're coming together to celebrate you. Take care, gamer. Phoenix, enjoy the dog treat. Thank you for the 7. Is he being cute over here?
Oh god. Sorry, I should have pre-warned you. I'm very tameable at times.
No, that's fine. I have no issue. I'm not playing to win.
Oh yeah, I see you here.
Do we give hatch? What's the from? Okay, yeah, no, that's not how it works. Gamer, that's not how it works. Talita went for the save on the Robin, on the 7. Wait, 7? 11. Jesus, there's so much going on. The Robin, 7-11. I think they should get hedge, right?
New name, I think. By the looks of it, they might be, yeah, they're over here.
There's a hedge by the, where the Talita tamed you earlier if you want to give her hedge. By Shek. Where the zombie was. GG! We managed to pull it back again when 4 gens were done. Like, you have to believe.
Exactly.
But that ace was really good. Like, I don't know who that was, but
100%.
holy... Yeah,
Ace
they
is
have
scary.
a comp name as well. Ireland.
Is there anyone else you like to play, or you Nemi only?
So here's the thing. There's no one else I like to play, so you don't have to worry about that.
Okay, okay.
But if you're like, I want a round of Nemi, I will switch to Huntress.
Oh no. If you're enjoying Nemi, go
Yeah.
for it. I am easy breezy. Are you Fearmonger on Nemi?
I put on Enforcer.
Okay, so I'm good to go Fearmonger, yeah.
Yeah. Nice, yes, GG, Colonel, GG's. Oh, I lost my slipper.
Honestly, I got one save on you at least, which is like what I say to all like people that I duo with. I'm always like, I need to get at least one save, and I've accomplished something.
Yes.
So at least I've done it, but I want to do more. So
I know. I mean, you don't have to apologize to me for not doing gens and just.
Yeah.
It's been a good save. I mean, I'm literally chill when it comes to GVA. I love the chaos. We don't have to work gens if we want to lurk for saves.
I am very guilty for that.
Yes, this Adam put on a purple shirt for us, I think. Billy and Ray. Nice. Adam is worthy of the purple shirt, I can tell. Oh man, tree. Granny, thank you for the lurk refresh. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you.
Oh, he's good. He's good. I just ran into his chainsaw.
Save.
Oh,
Let's
yes!
go.
Oh, I love her.
Nice, I saw that save. W
Oh, it's
Nia.
green tonic. Where the gen is highlighted is by the rock.
Okay.
Are you being healed as we
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
It is you.
Hello.
Yes, I can show you. Come with me, I will show you.
Oh, you have the nicest voice,
I
Sean.
think it's just... Huh?
You have the nicest voice.
Oh my god, thank you.
Oh, I see Ace is not healing. That's fine. Oh, is it the Nia that saved you?
Yeah. I'm gonna try and see if I can find her a green tonic as well. Let it be nice. Oh, well, there's Billy here.
This Billy knows too much. Oh, I can't save.
It's okay, I'm still here. Oh,
Yeah. I'm gonna try. Nope, that was a. I couldn't see because of the fog vial, but I was like, let me try anyway. I am literally edge map. What am I doing? M1. Yep.
honestly, we'll take those.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Linnea's here.
Yeah. Wonderfully outplayed this time. Oh, back. Oh my god, you guys, it's just like my love is here. Look at this Nancy. She's like, bitch, why are you staring at me? Yes, you look like my duo. Good effort on the
Big.
beam.
Oh,
We have everybody on gens, so how about you keep them busy?
yeah, they were
real
both
quick?
on me by Shack side, but then
We have a
like,
raid. We have a raid.
oh no.
Oh, you don't make it anywhere. I'm revealed. Oh, we take the hits. There we go. What? Oh my god, you
Oh,
got it. You
double
had
blind.
it. You had it. Oh, Mia tried to save. Good efforts.
Is anybody coming to get you guys?
We have 2 people here, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Billy's also here. But I believe in the purple Adam. Yes. Oh, there's nothing here. The Billy's playing fair.
He's very good. I will say his curves have been insane.
Yes. Let me see if I can. Oh, she has a pallet. Well.
I'm gonna be.
Shit.
Oh, Nia found a nice.
Yep, Nia's still going. Well played. Oh, I hugged the wall again. Good effort. Game of Thrones are gonna run a quick ad break. We're gonna run it now before we go into the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. Thank you so much for the follow. Hey yo, Adam, with the purple shirt. You're quite follow and
Cougar
taking us
Magnet
one step
85
closer to that
followed your channel.
1.5k. I hope 2v8's treating you well. I hope you're getting good games. And thank you for last game. That was really good. You're an absolute juicer. You as well? Thank you. Appreciate it. Of course. Oh no. Nia goes down again. What is Sean up to? She's in chase. No! Ace is still up, but he's being chased by the Billy. This might be the end.
No, oh, I think he could still pick themselves up.
Let me see where they're at. Ace is on the floor.
I want to let go so they can...
Nia doesn't have power.
No.
No, the Wraith found her. She's saying no. And he is... They're arguing over the Mori, I think.
Oh no, don't be arguing with that.
Billy's saying yes. Nia's saying no. I don't know what's going on here. The Mori. Hope in DBD2 they had a roll and jump. You need that. You feel you need that, Colonel. In DBD2. If we go, what's that game called? Bad Story. I don't know what the game's called. I see an Oni. No, it's Ripper. That looks like an Oni. Hi.
Oh yeah, hi. Green tunic.
Yes.
Oh, Trappy Pappy.
Yeah. And the Deathslinger, sounds like. Sean, you had me smiling the other day. I was trying out last week for a comp team because I want to get more experience. Yeah. And we were waiting for the other team members, and the captain goes, "Oh, let's 1v1." And all I was thinking, like, okay, Sean said keep distance. Freed up and keep distance. And I did so well, and they were like, oh, okay, you did really well. And I'm like, yes, I'm learning.
Proud of you. Honestly, that 1v1 kind of ignited. It came with a perfect time for 2v8.
Yeah.
It's like encouraged me to play like way more different killers. Like I've done Spirit this time.
Oh, that's so
Obviously, like,
cool.
I'll probably try and get like a Deathslinger game in. I do love my Deathslinger.
Yeah,
You
no,
did
that's
it, didn't
great.
you? I
Sorry?
think you allowed me to keep my Deathslinger. Was that right?
Yes? Yeah, we had a Deathslinger game.
I do love my Deathslinger. It's gonna be my next P100, I think.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
work on
cool.
that.
It's Sherpa on this way. Yeah, it's really cool to see how it's inspired for several things. I was just texting, DMing Strive the other day, how the tournament had me interested in learning more about 1v1s and getting into 1v1s, both on
Amazing.
Survivor and Killer side. So yeah, it's wonderful to hear
Oh,
it's
lovely.
inspired you
Strive
as
is
well.
always really good. Yeah, it will always be really helpful. Bless him.
Yes. She's still here. Nice. Well played. Survivor games are going a lot better than yesterday, guys. I don't know if it's because I'm mentally more rested, even though I had to start early for work today. Is someone going for the save on is someone saving you?
But no, everybody is
I'm
very
coming.
Someone was going to, but Trapper was back near me again and they got chased away.
Okay. Okay, don't step in the trap. I got this. There was a green tonic where the other person went down, remember? At the 4 lane?
Yep, I'll see if I can get to it.
Yeah. Nice, wonderful. Can you get out? Oh, I don't make that.
He's retrapping there where I just
Mm.
where I yeah.
Nice, you got him. Oh my god, what am I watching? Guys, what the fuck was that? Oh! Hey yo, Fade, how are you? Welcome in. I saw you had a dispute with Rain. Sorry to hear that. I was kind of hoping it would work out. This is not looking good for me. If he needs to reload, which he does, I'm fine. Oh! Okay, I was a little, like a little too confident there. I had to leave the slinger.
That's okay.
Hey, was just mean rage baiter. I thought you guys knew each other. Because they came in after you. I know you're a team captain. Good sidestep.
Not like I screamed or anything. Not me being dramatic. I could never.
And then Rain came in and kind of like took over, and I was like, oh, maybe they know Rain and they've just come in. To help. No, I'm sorry to hear. Alright, killer game time. That's how I killed him. He told people that they weren't good enough for the team when he ain't the leader. Yeah, that's not gonna work, is it? I mean, there's nothing wrong with being ambitious, but that should be your decision, no? You and Sweetie, or you and Lloyd at this point? You and Lloyd? Cool, cool, cool. I wish I had more time. It's the sporadic planning of the scrims that's rough for me. Because I have a very tight schedule with all the stuff that I'm managing, which is fun. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm enjoying it, but that makes it hard for me, you know, when you call, okay, scream now to fit it in. I've got time the weekend though. Evo! Hey yo! My girl! Welcome in! How are you? Enjoy your daily doggo treat! Thank you for the 4! I might make a schedule, then do it every day. That was perfect for me. Like,
Speed boost.
the way, the way Die for Cheese does it is they ask, you know, at the start of the week, who can make which day? Oh, Christ. And it's always at the same time.
For sure.
Why is she so good? I'm annoyed. Surely I get this. Anyone here? I don't think so. Maybe? I don't know. Why can't I pick? And then we pick the days where most people can make it. And for other team, it's set days. Like there's teams that have to just say it's 3 days a week, it's this time, and then they ask at the start of the day who can make this. Yeah, I knew she was gonna greet it again. I don't know how to deal with these pallets. I'm killer. I just...
Nice.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
Did you want it?
Thank you.
Nice spin. It helps, you know, for some the evening is better, for some the afternoon is better. But it helps to kind of know in advance so I can keep it free. Every day from 3, yeah. If you do it, then I can definitely make... I can do every Tuesday and Friday for sure, because it's afternoons. Oh my god, what was that? Change of direction.
I'm getting bullied. Ooh, green tonic.
Come in. That's Alita's good. Oh, is it
Help.
Michaela? Yeah, I'm coming.
And the Talita, yeah.
Yeah, they're good.
Noise.
Oh, the speed boost. W.
And you get another one. Oh my god, this Michaela is so good, by the way.
Yeah. Every day at 4. Is that your 4? Good
Nice.
job. Because that's my 5.
Yeah, but we're gonna risk it. Oh. Yeah, nice.
Nice, good pressure.
Help! Oh my god,
Okay.
there's another in front of me.
Yeah, stream at my 5 opens up a whole bunch of possibilities. Not on Monday to Wednesdays because I stream. But I can every Tuesday and Friday. Nice, I saw that.
Thank you. Yeah, there's exit gate.
I have an Alan Wake at a
I'll push him
closed
out.
exit gate. Nice.
Who's that? I can't work. Oh, that's Yuri. Oh yeah, they're going to the exit gate.
Oh.
GG's though, GG's.
GG's. Cute, wholesome gamers. Love to see it.
Must be humbling to suck on so many different levels.
No, it really does fade. You can't imagine. It's very, very shit.
Oh no. He's dog shit.
I know, Fate, you're all good. I'm not worried. All is well. Add a time zone to your message, Fate, and the Discord. Just so that it's clear. Do you know the Discord timestamp thing? I don't know if you want anything to do with this, but if you use this and you put in the time, then it shows in everyone's time zone. No, I'm talking to Fate. Oh, toxic streamer clicking at the start of the game. Cool. That our first pyramid head.
Oh my god, it is, Anna Westy.
Blake, how's your evening going? Are you gaming?
I do feel for pyramid heads, they're not as strong. Ooh!
Yeah, it's rough for them. You're really good at finding those tonics. 9 out of 10 times I don't find any, and when I do, it's like when I don't need it, and I just run around in the game, and I'm like, where was this tonic when I need it, you know?
I sniff them out.
Yeah, you really do.
Oh, not us both in here, that's funny.
Yeah, I know. We're lurking for that save, us. I go do a gin.
Greedy. I'm gonna say greedy. I mean, Kate is absolutely eating.
Yeah, I saw that. She had no stress, nothing. She's just gaming.
Oh!
I died pellets. Hold on. Oh. I don't know what happened. I don't know that I'm on it. Good effort. That was weird, because I emoted to go towards the pallet, and I went backwards. You just chilling? Cool, cool, cool. Oh, you're starting 5:30? Yeah, you need some rest. Sutumir. Nice. Good stun. And another one.
And another one.
There's not a whole lot of resources in this corner left, huh? Yes, there is.
Oh my god.
Hold up, she's juicing. Huh.
You're merely postponing the inevitable.
Oh, I was cooking. I was cooking. Oh, no.
Yes. There's two people here for a save. Oh. Well, I don't know what that was, but... he knows everything.
Skitty.
No.
Oh, unlucky.
Oh. I wasted so much time. I was just watching Sean fucking juice. And then I got clocked doing nothing. Oh.
I don't have my beam. I've got no juice left.
Oh. GG's. Beet juice. My beam is full if you can find where I'm dying. I'm in the corner where there's a gym.
No, you're dead.
Yeah, I got hooked and there was a Wesker and I
Ah,
ran
unhook
into a
him
pyramid
again.
head.
No.
Oh, and I pressed continue. Hold on. I'll take a quick toilet break. I'll be right back.
I could not find your beamer for shit. Thought I could see where you died, but I searched and I could not find it.
GG.
So we're gonna get you out of the next one. But
It's all good. I'm not stressing. Do you have any other tourneys planned?
I have something I'm working on.
Okay, all good.
It's still obviously we've not long finished the 2 years.
Yeah, how was that?
I fear my mods who helped in the background are
need
shaking,
the-
they're quivering in their boots, hearing me mention the word
Oh.
and hosting, because they are the backbone on the days.
Of course,
for sure.
of course.
They literally do so much, which allows me to just yap and talk to people, hop in if I need
Wonderful.
to, etc. And yeah, I wouldn't be able to do them if I didn't have the mods that I have. They're like besties, you know. So
Yeah.
very grateful for them. But I want to host a really, really big tournament. So I want it to be for the girly pops. The next one.
Huge.
So and raise money for like a female charity.
Yeah.
We're in talks of like different ones that we could potentially raise money for, which would be awesome.
Yeah.
But it won't be for a very long time. Not well. I say a long time. It will be this year.
Yeah.
But,
You need
it's not
time.
something that's
Yeah.
gonna happen in like the next month or so.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, I understand. Oh, that's cool. That
but yeah.
sounds amazing. Great initiatives. And shout out to the mods. Like, hello, they are our backbone.
Oh, they are the best, and they no matter how much we try to prepare like for the days,
Yeah.
it obviously never goes to plan.
No, of course.
But they always take it in their
Things
stride,
happen.
and yeah, like this time we had like 4. Hopefully in the future I'll have more that can help out on the days and stuff, just
Yeah.
to like give everyone breathing room and break, like proper breaks and all that jazz. But yeah, no, definitely.
She was AFK. Dustlinger and Wesker. Are you going to any events like the TwitchCon EU or the DVD party?
I wanted to, but life be costing
Yeah.
way too much. But I would love to, for sure. Definitely a goal of mine.
One time.
What about you? Are you going?
Yeah, I am very fortunate, of course, that it's in the Netherlands because it's very accessible to me.
Oh, amazing. Yeah.
So I drive up. I did last year, I did the year before, and this year I even got an. Let's go, beautiful. I got an Airbnb, so I can stay.
Oh, nice. You can
For
rest. You can have some
yeah,
drinks if you
resting
want
and
to or
like
whatever,
no
yeah.
late drives because last year
Of course,
hanging
yeah.
out for drinks and everything after the con was one of the greatest things because there were so many people like hanging out. So many people came from the UK.
Oh, I love that.
But then I had to like drive back home at like 2-3 a.m. and then back to the con 10 a.m. the next day. So I'm like, I'm gonna just stay in the city this time.
Oh, no, I love that. I love that. I can't wait to hear all about it. I know quite a few people going, so I will definitely be messaging you all being like,
yes,
give me the deets.
pictures, yes, everything. And I'm very excited to learn where the next location is going to be because they did Netherlands for 3 years.
Yeah.
And this is the last
You don't
year.
think they'll do it again? Are they not? They're not definitely not going to like.
I think they should
another
change it
contract?
up, right? It would be
That'd be cool.
accessible
I just wonder
to others.
where they would go.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I mean, it was Paris before. There's obviously a big UK base, but it might be less accessible to others.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, let's go drinking. Yeah. Are you in the Discord lake for that? That doesn't hit. Cause do you remember last year the Sunday party? The TwitchCon EU. It's at the same place. Yeah, the party that's not a party. They're doing it again. Yeah. Avian's going as well. He's not taking any chances, He's not picking. He's gonna injured M1 me and shoot me. I need to get out of the way before he gets a chance. God. Well, couldn't save any of them. Oh, well, GG's. 2 people is 2 people. Can't do anything about that. These gamers got hella pressure. With 1 dead. 3 death hook. 2 death hook. See if we can get some gens done. Uh-oh. Sean is still going, guys. What a gamer. Absolute gamer. We're running away from something? What's happening, Lara? Wesker's here.
Yeah,
Me and Lara trying to be sneaky over here. They didn't come to check this gen, I'm surprised, because it did have progress. They could have heard it. Oh my god, the Trevor I think got grabbed off of the gen. The silent Deathslinger blocked him twice. No TR. W dodge Lara. I take this down. Yes. Perfect. I don't think he reaches this, right? Oh, fuck me.
Sending Ace over.
Yeah. He's here.
I'm demanding he goes over.
Yes!
I work on
Go
this.
for the save!
Let's see if we set together.
Yeah, someone else is coming as well. Oh, Lara didn't make it.
Are we good?
Me, Ace, Renato are good. I don't know. Deathslinger's coming. Yes. I don't know where the Trevor is.
Help, clap someone else's cheeks.
Yeah, the Renato was in chase for a long time. Clap mine, please. Do you prefer an indoor map or outdoor for nurse, or doesn't matter?
I guess it doesn't. I mean, I probably prefer outdoors, probably more than indoor, but I don't mind too much.
Yes.
Gaddies. We've got people here.
I don't like this map. Okay, sends it. Welcome back, Anne. With a snack, enjoy. Bro, you just end this. Holy hell. Where? That's not good. Yeah, as soon as I made the decision to pick, I heard the footsteps behind me. GG's. That costs so much time. Yes. Free drop.
Oh, my God.
Oh my gosh, she's dropping everything. It's beautiful. Kijk hem met smeerkaas. Good snack,
I
good choice.
back cornered, but I just came from did have progress up a bit, but just in case.
Let me check.
here? Oh,
The blast main.
I think Feng is definite.
Oh.
Oh, Feng coming down. Okay, one hit, one death, nice. Oh my god, I can't blink to save my life right now.
Let's just blame the map. Yeah, that wasn't good, Colonel. I'm losing focus here. For these killer games. Oh my god, are you kidding me? GG. Oh, GG, well played. Is that gate open? Nice.
I was hiding behind the gate.
Okay. Ace is out.
I think they're over here.
Sable saving. Nice, GG.
GG's. GG's. Still 8 though.
Yeah.
Sorry, always tell me if you need me to come out. Just like scream at me.
No, I'm losing focus, and that doesn't help with my. Oh, they're getting reported.
I think somebody's scared. Great. somebody's angry, aren't they?
I don't know why. Didn't everybody get out?
No, 3 people died. They were one of them.
What's your planning looking like?
Sorry, say that again.
What's your planning looking like? Do you want
My plan?
Yeah. Do you want to do one more full rotation? Or
Yeah.
are you gonna
what
keep
time did you-
going?
what time did you start streaming? How long have you been streaming?
It's 4 hours now. I have scrims in an hour. So
Okay, so we can do one more, and then I'll
Yeah.
probably keep going myself a
Yeah.
little bit longer.
Okay, that's cool.
But yeah, I'm happy to do one more.
Yeah, cool. Gamers, we're gonna run a quick ad break. We're gonna run it now before we go into the next game. Is he your main killer? Yes, Nemi is my main killer. I'm learning Clown though, Colonel. I'm enjoying Clown on 1v4, but obviously no Clown on 2v8. Probably for the best, but yeah. You think it's a sleeper killer? I just need it because I don't know how to play pellets, so I need some kind of power. I play Huntress as well, because you can like get your headshot hits in over the pellet, right? But she's too slow for me. I can't. My headshot shots aren't good enough to keep up. You're feeling better at some paracetamol? That's good, yeah, and that's fine, right? You can take some if you're starting to come down with something. That shouldn't be an issue. You haven't had any whole day. You just took... Yeah, that's perfectly fine. I'm glad you're feeling a little bit better. Thundercat ears hurt you? No, these are very flexible. There are some an ounce of on the diadems, they're very tight, so they do hurt after a while. But these are very comfortable. You have a problem with the headbands that are tight? Yeah, me too. So I had another pair of tiger ears, but they're like with this open, that I wore when I was in London with my hockey team, and those are very tight and they hurt my head. I have to keep adjusting the position. Like this little bump behind your ear. Yeah, it hurts. Oh. I don't make it anywhere.
Help! I think it's a Silent Billy girls actually.
I don't know if this pallet has been broken.
I'll see you dead.
Yes, the Silent Billy is terrifying.
And a good one. At it. I say we run. It does appear to be a Billy. Do you want it? Would you like
Uh,
the green tonic?
yeah. Have you not been hooked?
I
Maybe you
have,
take
but
it. No,
I'm
you
happy
found
for
it. You take it. Take it. Take it.
Okay, Slay.
See, we're pulling this back.
Who's the other killer? I haven't seen them.
It's a Billy and a Wesker.
Oh. How we doing?
I am not great.
I'm trying to spot a green tonic for you as well.
Today I killed a teabagging wannabe comp. Hey, is that the wannabe comp, Sealy? Ain't no way. Well done, well done. How was your games? How's your day going? How is Sally? Any pictures? Any cute cat pictures? Sleeping and eating. Perfect. Perfect baby behavior. She's so me. She takes after her dad, huh?
Oh god, there was a Genoa stand. I got pushed off it. This has been quite a rough one.
Yeah, strong killer team.
dude, the fact I only saw you once. After that, it was just.
Oh, I'm losing focus here. She had a great day with the big cats. Both have been playing with her. Oh, nice. That's so good. What's a dodge?
Hot skinny. Right? He's gave his friends.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah, there's nothing you can do about that.
Okay, they should get another turn done at least. I wanted to go for save, but I couldn't.
One of them cleaned her after a few days came out and whacked him. She's like, I can look after myself perfectly fine. She's an independent woman. That's funny.
My hot take on 2v8 killer, right, is that hand holding with like strong killers, it's a shame that killers feel like they have to hold hands to secure kills. I think there needs to be somewhat more of a balance for the killers, so they can have those chases and not feel like they're gonna get punished.
Yeah,
It's
for
lasted,
people
like,
getting
30 seconds
gens.
to a minute, and
Yeah.
like 3 gens have popped, and you're like, right, okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's my hot take.
Yeah, I like that approach, like the view. I think you're not wrong. You're definitely wrong. You could see it in the last game, because we kind of like split up for most of that match, and it just you can't pull it back. Then.
It's hard.
Yeah.
It's really, really hard, and it's fair enough because they did play really well.
Of
Billy
course.
was particularly very good, but it's like at the end, my chases involved both of them. And I can't do anything in
that's
that
it.
scenario. Like
Yes.
I'm cooked regardless. Which is it's a shame, isn't it? Because you think, well, 1v4, but I get it. Like I said, it's strong. I think with certain killers, it's very, very strong to hold hands and down them together, etc. Who let the dogs out?
Yes.
Talking like make him like
Richie
gods
Epter
and-
followed
Yeah.
your channel.
It's going to be a constant 8k every time. I know
Yes,
it's
that's
gonna
not.
take-
Yeah,
it's
that's
trial
gonna
and
take
error,
away.
isn't it?
Yeah, from the fun for the survivors. Yeah, definitely.
But this game mode could have like it has so much potential to keep making it like super fun and adding more and just bringing that new bit of life into it every time, you know, just to keep it fresh. And
Yeah, yeah.
fun
I
for
felt
both sides.
I played less this iteration of 2v8. There's a couple of things that are annoying me. It's the hand holding. It's the 4 zombies. Like there's games where you can't sit on a gen for 10 seconds. You can't do a heal for 10 seconds without being chased off by a zombie. And
Sandra
I'm
sniffs me
struggling
out,
with
I'm telling you.
Oni
She
games as
just
well.
she just locks onto me, and I'm like, right, can you leave me alone,
Yeah,
Sandra?
yeah, for real.
And didn't they tweak Oni this time around? Didn't they buff Deathslinger and tweak and nerf Oni? Is that right, or is it?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah. I
can't
think
play
only
Oni
on
for
this
shit, so
mode,
there's no
like
concern on my end.
especially with a silent killer. You're on a gen and you're already giving away blood for the Oni. GG's Wesker, well played. You guys were a really strong team. I don't know if you were a duo, but
Yeah, GG's.
yeah, you guys played really well.
Yeah, if you were a duo, Billy, props to Billy as well, because they were scarily good.
Yeah.
With the silence and
Yeah.
just appearing.
Hot take from our side, Ed Krasu, no one will be playing.
How dare you? Who said that? Get out. You're allowed your opinions, guys, even if they're wrong.
Good point. Richie, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Guys, we're 1 follow away from 1.5k. I appreciate your support. Thanks, everyone. Oh, we never loaded in. We were complete random. Belly did well, and so did you guys. Nah, I'm losing focus here. That was not my best game, but you had a lot of pressure. I hope 2v8 is treating you well. Did you? Oh, you're back. Cool. I was like, did we lose Sean?
Yeah. Sorry,
You're here. You're here.
Who it would have been.
I hope you're getting good points, and I appreciate you stopping by. To be fair, next one's probably Clown. That's what it that's what I would think. I'm gonna be all over it. Hey, yeah, Richie, good game indeed. GG, well played. A win for everyone. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope 2v8 is treating you well as well. How's the games been? It's been good, but I'm losing focus. We're on the last cycle before I raid out. I think one more Survivor game and one more killer game. And then we're gonna go over to Sean's. Sean knows everyone. It's so funny. I'd love to follow, but I don't make alt accounts. No, you're fine only. You're already here. Managed to hit Silver 2 Killer and Eerie 1 Survivor for tomorrow reset. Yes, I know. Only that's wonderful. That's good points. Hey yo, same lobby again? Good. Ah yes, you're the Jane? Cool. Well, we got another chance here. Let's have a good one then, Richie. We deserve another chance at a good game. You're also in the lobby?
Oh.
Are you the wannabe ace? Oh, the pilot at 7? I see. By the way, Loftus... Oh. Wait, what? What? Loftus? Yeah, what is it?
It says hi to Mika.
Loftus says hi to me. Micah. That's me. I didn't make them say that. What? Who are you? Who do you know, Loft?
Oh, there's someone in our game who I know. Dead Vape.
Yeah. Oh, I guess Loft knows them too. Loft's my duo, Loftus.
Oh, yeah. Henry's very cracked. Sorry, aka Dead Vape. Basically, we're gonna get carried, so it's all good.
Oh, good. So I guess I don't mind dance and chill this time. RPD, let's go! Only we deserve it. You know it. Who doesn't? Yeah, who doesn't love? I don't know.
Blue tonic on the stairs on western side. Oh, not that it's CC. Help.
Yeah. Zone myself terribly. Yep. I'm over it, guys. I can't play anymore. We just finished this. I'm too tired.
Who
It's
is the
over.
other killer? I know it's Nurse.
No, I've only seen Nurse.
Help!
I'm done. I am done. Loftus has played so much DVD, he has ran into a majority player base. Hold on, I'm not done.
Nobody tunnels my duo.
W. this sucks.
Oh, it's a blight! Sorry.
Where does this gamer think he's going? And why does he look like he's Legion or something?
I tried to crouch look him, it does not work. It seems to be very good. Am I getting overpowered? Help!
Wraith, yeah. I got confused. Granny, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 43. Loftus is DVD. Oh my god, the glaze. Deserved. He actually had a cheater trap from 2v8. He could double swing. After pallet drop, hit me through an insta cover. Oh my god, that's like the Billy I had. The double swing. You thought it was Legion? Yeah! I was like, this is a killer, most definitely. I thought it was Ghostface. Is it Rockstar Jeff? It's Gabriel. Ah, okay. Vittorio? We have a Vittorio and a Gabriel. It's either one. You don't know? You had 2 high pink killers. Were they AU, Granny? You think? Yes, Habibi. Oh, you were on Darkies? Yeah, but if it was high ping for Darky as well, then it couldn't have been EU. Okay. Oh, fuck me. Arrows were made. Newt Newt? Coming through. Maybe Newts? Oh. Hey, I thought really bad thing? It spikes up. Oh. Oh. I'm not going for a save. That's gonna kill me. I'm just gonna leave. Oh. She blinks right up here, right? She didn't. W. Look back at the vault. It's okay, Granny. It's okay. I was just wondering. It's not life and death. Oh, hyping killers in general? I knew what you meant only.
I kind of fucked up that Hello Kitty. I'm not gonna lie. I think I could give you a chance to finish their hill.
That happens. It happens. Oh, you're in US, your ping was fine? Ah, okay. So then if they were NA, it could have been high ping for, Oh, your ping was fine. Okay. Then I don't know. It happens. Could be VPN. There were a couple of questionable things. Really? Nurse, so you dare click at me? Right. Toxic streamer. That was you earlier, waving and teabagging survivors. Show them how to be a 2-tap real quick. Okay, they're already on this gym. Who's chasing this bot? She just running around? That bot just took a tonic! That bot just took a healing tonic. I think they should leave that for actual survivors, you know.
Oh.
Hello? Oh no. I just watched
There was gens around here that had progress,
Oh.
but yeah, it's...
I just watched the bot take a healing tonic. I don't feel like bots should be taking healing tonics.
I
From
don't
the
think
survivors.
shouldn't be able to take tonics at all, to be
Yeah.
honest. Blight is down there.
They're coming for your Regis.
Yeah, coming for my
Blight's
booty.
busy. Oh shit.
Feel good, doesn't as people get out.
Well. Hello. You're so proud of yourself? You do so good earlier. Nice.
But it's fucking Nick. Of course it is. Shouldn't it?
That sense. Ah, lost 3 gen. You had quick gambit? Oh, nice. That's a good perk. That's a good team perk. I think I got it. Richie. Was that conference room? No, I'm not sure. Oh shit, we have to save. You played someone before. And you didn't miss Legion. No shit. Nobody does. Legion is your least favorite? I don't mind Legion. Yeah, that was a mistake. GG's. I don't know, man. It's over. I got nothing left. I think your least favorite is Ghostface these days. That's what we like to hear, Sealy. That's what we like to hear.
Okay, you're down to 2 gens. Oh, you're also dead. Right, yeah.
Dead as hell.
Explains the humpies.
Yes.
I was just need to run my ads, if that's okay, before we go into our game.
Oh, just thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How are you? How was your stream? How was DVD?
Coffee what gets out. That's
Gawoon
kinda
just
funny.
rated your channel with 19 viewers.
Welcome in, gamers. Welcome in. It is Nick. It was Nick. Hold on, we're meeting all the fun gamers today. Let me see who's here. Hi Noah, welcome in. Hi Quinny. Lurks, welcome in. Yes, Justice here. Big break. How is DVD shit as usual, especially with just playing? I love DVD. Sorry. Plague Lamb, welcome in, gamers. Welcome in, welcome in. Yes, how was... Did I say that? I said big. That's new? There's a lot going on and I'm very tired right now. I can't read. Gamers, if you came in with the raid with just and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm a Dead by Daylight, primarily Dead by Daylight content creator from the Netherlands. I'm an official creator for Behavior. I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. I love playing DVD. And when I'm not playing DVD, you can find me dog sitting, cat sitting. I work at a horse and stables. Welcome in, everyone. DVD's the best game ever. As much as we hate it, yeah, only knows. Rage bait, survivor main. Aww. P1800. GG easy. I'm gonna have to yell at Nick next time when I see him. You love your Survivor, man? Good, good, good. We play mostly Survivor here, and when we play Killer on 2P8, it's mostly Nemi because I need the zombies, basically. That's why I play Nemi. Let's be honest. Rage Bay, you're like it here? You hate Survivor mains? Well, I'm gonna have to call you Brick from now on. It'll be a thing. PH Owners Insane, love it. Thank you, Noah. I appreciate that. I believe the MMR matchmaking will have a rework. Hopefully it won't be as tough. We find it now? I mean... It's hit and miss, isn't it? And that's why you hate Noah? It all adds up? The secret power is one punch survivors? I mean, I missed a couple M1s already. It's the end of the day. I'm really tired. Scrim later is gonna be wonderful. Bricks are useful, I'll take it. That's true, and they hurt. Might throw myself at Noah now! So I've given you ammo, really. It's all I've done. Well, I'm glad it worked out. I hope you guys had a good time at Just. I'm on the last killer game. I'm gaming with the wonderful Sean. Gamers, if you don't follow Just or Sean yet, please go check them out. Both wonderful, wonderful people, amazing creators.
MVP! Woo woo!
Cheer 100
definitely
Oki
good
going
time
to
over
eat
there.
love you. Hex underscore
Yeah,
underscore
good time,
L0
and
Veer
then
cheered
and then
100
Brick came
bits.
in. Yeah, I see the issue. You're going to eat. Oh my god! That face! You're literally my 1500 follow! Thank you so much for the follow! Guys, we hit 1500!
Dead Vapey followed your channel.
Thank you so much! I really appreciate your support for the channel. You guys are insane. You're gonna edit a bit. Alright, just thank you so much for taking the community here. I appreciate you. Have a good rest of your night.
Noah XSW Tiny followed your channel.
Noah, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, we hit 1.5k just now. I'm not looping Shack. They can go to hell. What am I missing? W! Thanks everyone for the support over the last years. I can't believe we hit that good old 1.5k. Nice, let's go.
Yoink.
You love that alert? Me too. Oh, I missed that by more than a mile. Like, that wasn't even close.
GLCC.
Who's here?
Oh my god, help.
Sorry, I was getting blast mine somewhere else. Well played.
Yeah, they're trying to...
What's happening here? Well. Nice, good hit. I really wanted the tentacle for my power, but this was just too easy. I'm not chasing that Megan. I have better things to do with my time. Thank you, Colonel. I really appreciate you. I'm glad to have you back, gamer. You've been here since the beginning. What am I hearing? Nice. Oh my god. Yeah, it's above my pay grades. Moving on.
Nice.
You're heading to bed? Alright, Noah. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh my god, that was a zombie. The way I just swung at them. Have fun with stream. See you around. See you around. Thank you guys for helping me get to 1.5k. I mean, I take it down when it's free. Oh my god, is that a beam save? No. That was late. She just got off the hook for a girl. I guess what it is. She was death hooked too. Whoops. Hello.
W, can I come on a pick just for my shadow?
Go for it.
Thank you, you're a star.
It's been blast mined. I have no idea.
Main was being worked on, but I did break it.
Yeah, it's blast mined now. This was also blast mined apparently. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong, Brick. I was more focused on not having them watch me take it, but yeah, I'm a survivor main. I've already told you this. I don't know about killer.
They sprint bursting on me.
Wow. Beautiful.
Toxic.
I should not be chasing this story either. Moving on. Survivor's blaming. There it is. Now we're chilling.
Oh, she's been bursted. Ew.
She did. That Megan was really good as well. Beautiful. What?
There's a Tori here when I try to save.
Survivors seem to think that they go invisible when they pop a frog vial. I don't know what that is. Like, I can see them.
Scared this Tori's gonna appear, but YOLO.
Mm-hmm. She's still here. I don't know. I already said I take free downs. I do not fuss.
Ooh, who's that? I see something there. It's just the Jill bot.
Ah, I can't mind game a bot. What am I doing? She's not here. Was she here? Hey. We pulled this back. If the Jill is dead, there's only 2 left. Is the Jill dead? Because that's the last Jill. She's not dead. I'm coming. Oh my god, that was Bailey.
How?
No, you didn't see that. Oh my god.
No, we both whiffed on her if it counts for anything. I've got 1 hatch.
I have a Jill box and a Quentin. And Shaq.
Pass second one.
He's down. Jill was at Shack. Nah, that wolf really did the calm corner thing. I think looking by the zombie, that Jill could still be by Hatch. By Shack? Hatch.
She's still there, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, she's edge mapping. Yes! Mori time! Let's go! Nobody saw that. It's fine.
We ate though.
Yes!
Okay.
Yeah, we pulled it back. I was so annoyed at the start, but yeah, we pulled it back. GG's.
No, you were eating.
Quinny, thank you for the follow. You actually have a hot take? Finish it as no ad. If 5 or more people are alive every day. Oh my god, were you talking
Quinny
again,
Bug
Sean?
followed your channel.
Like, actually?
I'm sorry I don't pay attention. I just, oh, it's toxic TTV over here.
I know. Thank you for the game,
But
Sean.
no, thank you so much. They were a lot of fun.
Yes.
I had a lot of fun. We'll definitely have to
Me
do more in
too.
the future.
Yes, I would love that. Yes, thank you. Have a good rest of your stream, and we'll talk soon.
Yes, take care.
Take care. Bye.
Bye, love. Bye, bye, bye.
Plague Lamb followed your channel.
Plague, Queenie, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, we hit 1.5k today. That's huge. Nita, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel as well. Nah, this means the world to me. You guys are the absolute best. I never would have thought
Natounded followed your channel.
we would get over 1,000 after the first 2.5 years. This is my 4th year of streaming. To make it to 1.5k this year, getting into the creator program, winning a tournament last weekend, which was amazing. Thanks everyone for the support. Nita, thank you so much. Welcome in. I hope 2v8's treating you well. Did you see picture on your PSN? No, Colonel, I've not been on my app or on my PlayStation in a long time. You can sort of mind game the bots. By the way, they look at you, Red Stain. Really? Okay, I didn't realize that. 1500-minute stream. Let's go. Yeah, we're gonna have to think of something to celebrate. I didn't think it was upon us already. But yeah, you guys came together and already made it happen right now. So we'll have to do some celebrations. We're gonna go and raid out. We're gonna go hang out over at Sean, who was my duo for the day. We had amazing games. Please let's go and show her some love. If you don't follow yet, go drop that follow. Show some support. I'll be back tomorrow evening, guys. Another duo day. I am 2v8 gaming with the wonderful Infinity. Or Hannah, she was the organizer of the tournament that we played in last weekend. So we're gonna be gaming together. I think I'm gonna go live again at 6 p.m. I'll put it in the Discord. We'll do some open lobbies first. I think Hannah will be joining us around 8. So we've got some time. So that's what we're looking to do tomorrow. So I hope to see you there. Thank you everyone for helping me hit 1.5k. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the follows today. Thank you for the stream streaks. Thank you for the daily doggo treats. Just thank you for the raid. Hex, thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Hex, thank you for the raid as well. And Lake, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I appreciate you. I hope to see you again tomorrow. Take care. Have an amazing rest of your day. And bye.